afforded him the option of a rewrite because that steer stumbled, went to the ground on his knees, and in the judge's opinion that warrants a rewrite if he chooses to take it, which he did. All right, we're going to thank some more sponsors here while we're waiting for him to get ready. BC Fair Festivals, Cordova Oilfield Services, Enbridge, Ideal Completion Services, Reliance Oilfield, Ironhide Contracting, ConocoPhillips, Halfway River First Nation, Ninas, Doig River First Nation, Tezoka Boys Contracting, Ecora Mustang Rentals, Longhorn, All-Star, Oventive, BC Hydro, Whitetail Energy Services, Yoho Resources, Strad, Eagle Vision, Roy Northern, BCER, TGS, Straight Projects, DG Law Corporation, Canfor, Fraction, Enbridge, CNRL, SurePoint, GasLink Industries from Fort St. John, Calmar Construction, Mammoet, AFDE, Acon, and Horizons North. A very big thank you from the Halfway River Rodeo Committee and all of our contestants as well for putting up the prize money to bring them all to town. Here from High Level, Alberta, Williams Lake, BC, Vernon, BC, some of the farther points they've traveled from to get here this weekend. And then a lot of local hometown cowboys from here at the Halfway and the Blueberry Reserves and the Doig as well, and then Fort St. John and surrounding areas. Lots of folks from Pink Mountain made the drive down here as well. Well, Keaton Antoine bucks off his rewrite, Cal. He'll take no score on his second one. And I'm going to guess from the gates open and the cows running out that wraps up our cow ride. We had a few no-shows here, some turnouts. So if you enjoyed the efforts of our cowboys and cowgirls in this open cow riding event, you might pay him off one more time with a generous round of your Halfway River Rodeo applause. We're going to go down to the timed event end for the steer wrestling, or as the Cowboys call it, the bulldogging. We've got Maverick Studley, Clayton Moore, Wyatt Bonderoff, Nate Siemens, Cole Harris, and Tyler Peterson are the 6 guys looking to throw a steer down in 5 seconds or faster. Andy and Jordan, there's been a change on the program. Andy and Jordan, you're out in the first section of team roping. In the steer wrestling event, that's kind of just what they're doing, is wrestling a steer. They ride from behind that barrier score line as they do in all timed events. However, this is one of the few events where they're allowed the use of a helper in the arena. In this case, the helper is called a hazer. Their job is to ride on the off side, which is the right-hand side of the steer wrestler, and try and keep the steer tucked in and running in as straight and true a line as possible, but not so close that they don't have the space to dismount. Cowboy reaches out and grabs a hold of the steer by the horns, dismounts the horse, brings him around in a slide, and throws him to the ground at the fastest possible time. Now, what they do not want to do is bring the steer to a dead stop. They try and just bring that inside horn up over their chest, release it, go to the nose with their left hand, offset the balance of the steer, and using the steer's own momentum while he's still got movement going to throw him down. If you bring a 500-pound steer to a dead stop and stand there and try and bulldog him down, it's going to take a whole lot longer. So when it's done right with fluid and motion, timing, style, and grace, they can do this in 2.93 seconds at the big rodeos. We get somebody to knock one down here in 5 seconds today, we'll be just happier than heck. Maverick Studley should be our first one to go. he's got past Canadian champion steer wrestler Clayton Moore doing the hazing for him on the offside, and you can't buy better help than that. All right, his horse acts up a little bit, trips that barrier. They'll have to retie it, so we'll have a little delay here. These horses get pretty psyched up. They know their job. They've been trained specifically to do it, so sometimes they get just a little bit hyper if they don't think the cowboy's getting ready quick enough and they're ready to make a run, and they've got to have things just right. Hazer's horse has to be in position, steer has to be in position and looking straight ahead and ready to run, not looking off to the side. And then the steer wrestler's horse must be backed into the corner and held firmly looking straight ahead. And to get all three working together in unison, well, sometimes that takes just a little bit of extra effort to make it all happen. All right, the barrier's retied. Everybody's ready to roll, and our first cowboy, Maverick Studley, the young high school cowboy, turns that big pinto horse around, backs him into the corner. He nods, and here they come. Your first look at oh boy, that steer sets up. He was already making the move, and the steer disappeared from under him, and he had no choice at that time but to take the hard way to the ground. And in no time, a nice hand for that young cowboy. Coming right back. As soon as he gathers up that bulldog and horse will be Clayton Moore. He'll be our next guy to go. All right, Clayton switches horses. He goes from the hazing horse to the bulldog and horse this time around. They'll readjust the stirrups because Clayton is substantially longer in the legs than Maverick was. And he'll remount this good pinto horse soon aside.
Scare you? No, they're just falling all over me. That's very uncomfortable. Yeah, it's just like you're like filming and you feel a spider. Yeah, I'm like, did I get it pushed away?
All right, here comes Clayton Moore looking for our first run of the day. Down in the hole, reaches down, gets some, brings him around, goes to that inside horn. Oh, man. Slipped the nose on him. You have to let go of that inside horn to reach for the nose. He got a little low on the ground. The steer picked it. The steers are smart. They've been bulldogs. They know what's going on. And he felt his hand slip on his nose, and he just flung it up near a little bit higher out of his grasp, and that was the end of it for Clayton Moore. He'll take it no time. Hate to see it happen that way. I like to see this guy bulldog steers. He's one of the best there's ever been, a Canadian champion in the professional ranks from a few years ago. Wyatt Bondaroff will be our next contestant, still looking for our first qualified run of the day. So is there anybody here in the grandstands today that was just driving down the road as a tourist, didn't even know this rodeo was on, saw the sign at the highway and just ventured in to see what was going on? Anybody here that was, yeah? So back in the day, a few years ago, when Elvis Medici was the gate guy, he's a real social butterfly, and he would chat with everybody coming through the gate, make a list of people from foreign countries and out of province and everything else and bring it to us. But he's not doing that job anymore, so we kind of lost our link to the general public. So who's here from, let's say, Fort St. John by a show of hands? Bunch of yous, yeah. Dawson Creek folks here? Yeah, nobody admit that in front of everybody, I know. What about Grand Prairie? Anybody from Alberta at all? The province of Alberta? Yeah. How about from a foreign country? Say you're here, but not necessarily a Canadian. All right, young high school bulldogger, the Canadian champ of high school rodeo, has one skip out from under him, and we're 0 for 3 in the bulldogging today. Well, at any rate, no matter where you're from, we hope you're having a good time. Nate Siemens will be our next cowboy to go. Down to our final 2 steer wrestlers to go now, and no qualified time. Or final 3. We've had 3 go with no times. Nate Siemens be our next steer wrestler. All right, he's down on the ground, brings him around, releases that inside horn, goes to the nose. Big rank steer, he's down under him, got to get his feet back under him to get above him and get that leverage. Now he's cranking him from a dead standstill. It can be done. It just takes a little longer, that's all. A little bit of that cowboy try right there. And our first qualified run of the day, 14-9, and we're going to check with the boys at the barrier. It looks good, so a 14-9. And our first qualifier of the day and the leader, Nate Siemens. Cole Harris going to be our next cowboy to go. First qualifying run of the day, and sometimes that's what it takes to break the cycle and turn things around and make the next guy get super aggressive. He knows there's a lot of money on the line here, and he knows with only one qualified time that it's going to pay even better than it would if everybody bulldogged a steer, because the money gets split a whole lot more ways. And he wants a piece of it. All right, here we go. Cole Harris, hard running steer, beats him down to the catch pen gate. They've got 30 seconds to line him out and run him as many times as they want, and they say no, they're not going to burn the horse up. He didn't get him caught by then. There's no point pursuing it, so he'll take a no time. Tyler Peterson, young cowboy from Dawson Creek, will be our last one to go. Only one qualified run. It'll be winner take all, and if Tyler can come in at under 14 seconds, well, of course, he'll move to the lead. Well, we do have an old friend here that was a resident of the Peace Country for many, many years and is up here visiting this weekend. We'd like to say hello and welcome to Dixie Hammett from Pinedale, Wyoming. Past owner of the Sickany River Outfitters and recently immigrated back to the States. Haven't seen her for a long time, but hi, Dix. Good to see you. Hope you're having fun. If there's anybody else here from an exotic location, you be sure to let us know. All right, here we go. Steer ducks off to the left side of him, then line him out. All that money on the line, I don't know if he's going to pursue it any farther, run his horse after him. They got 30-second time limit. He says no. Tyler Peterson will wave it off and take a no time, and all the money and the gold buckle goes to Nate Siemens here today with a time of 14.9 as their only qualifier. If you enjoyed the efforts of these young cowboys, folks, pay them off one more time if you would. And we're going to flip the page now from where we're at and see where we're going. Oh, yeah, I knew these guys were coming sooner or later because I knew a week ago there was a million of them, and we're to event number 6 now, the first section of 3. First of 2, actually. There's 3. Oh, there's another page hiding. Yeah, oh boy, am I? Doesn't it show? Tell me it does. All right, first section of the team rope, and Billy Copeland and Jordan Lapine will be our first 2 to go. On deck is Nate Siemens and Ethan Nelson. Justin Rasmussen and Logan will be in the hole. The largest entry of any event here this weekend is the team roping, and there are 40-some teams. They come out of the woodwork like locusts. I don't know where they all come from. And that's going to make this pay like a slot machine because there's a lot of money added, and then they take all their entry fees and they throw that in the pot too, and then they divvy it all up depending on how many qualifiers there are. But the important thing is, to win the most, you got to be the fastest. Billy Copeland, the third generation, ranch-raised cowboy, roping with his partner Jordan Lapine. We're just going to throw this out there. Coming up a couple events from now, it's not real soon, but it's not real far away either, is the calf scramble and the mutton busting. So if you've got youngsters entered and registered and signed the waiver for the mutton busting, please get them gathered up and ready to go with their appropriate vests and helmets behind the chutes, if you can get over there safely to do so. And then whoever's in charge of the calf scramble, and whoever knows where that calf is, because it's always hiding somewhere, so nobody knows which one to use or where. We just want to throw that bug in your ear. If you got anything to do with the calf scramble, maybe please get that calf sorted out of the pen and ready to roll too, just to keep things moving along, because we got a lot of stuff to go through here today. If we're going to make it to that dance at 9 o'clock. Don't you forget about that steak supper tonight, right down here by the rodeo office at the CDN booth here. Tickets are just $25. That gets you a steak and baked potato and all the trimmings for $25. It's somewhere around 6 o'clock-ish. They're going to have the Barbie fired up and be cooking some steaks over there. So if you don't have any supper plans and you had burgers last night and you're looking for a change on the menu, well, they've got some great steaks over here. If you're looking at the timed event chute where the team ropers are coming from, look just beyond it to the northeast. You see a little white four-corner tent there with CDN on it. That's where the barbecue is. That's where the steak supper is going to be taking place, and that's where you buy your ticket. When they call your number, they'll cook it just exactly how you want it, and they are cooking them to order. So if you like them rare, you'll get them rare. Billy Copeland will be doing the heading for this team. Jordan Lapine will be on the heel and end. Somewhere in the 6 to 7 second range would give him a nice, solid, pretty safe place to be. Billy doing a little fish and got a full horn. No, he doesn't. Slipped off that inside horn, and they will take a no time. All right, there's three legal head catches allowed in the team roping event. In the case of horned cattle such as this, there's what they call a horn catch, where the steer is roped closely around both horns, the base of the horns, with no figure eight in the rope. That's a clean horn catch, and that's allowable. The second one's called a full head catch, where the steer is roped cleanly around the neck between the front shoulders and the ears, and that's a full head catch. And there's a half head catch where they're roped under the jaw on one side and over top of the horn on the opposite side, and that's an allowable catch. Anything other than that, if they catch a front leg in with a head catch or get a figure eight in the loop, they will be disqualified from competition. On the heel and end, of course, if they miss, they get a no time. If they catch by only one hind leg, they will pick up a 10-second penalty onto their running time. And then, of course, the barrier infraction, if they break a barrier, that adds 10 seconds to a run as well. So that's the rules they're competing against, besides the steer that they got to drawn for them. Nate Siemens and Ethan Nelson, our next two cowboys to go. Both high school rodeo contestants. Couple good all-around hands right here. All right, doing a little fishing, got a figure eight in his rope, trying to get it pulled out of there. Turns it back to the left. His heeler comes in, waves a big shot right down over that right hip, reaches down, comes up with a pair. Nicely done. That's how it's supposed to be done, and the time is 13.5, 13 and 5. They'd like to be in 8 seconds, however, they'll take a 13 and 5, and both of them are entered here more than once. Cross entries are allowed in the team roping event. It's the only event in rodeo where you can enter more than once. They're allowed to rope with more than one partner. Back in the early days of team roping in this country, it hasn't been an event in rodeo forever. Back in the 1970s is when it started morphing its way into the rodeo arena. It became a major event. In those days, they were allowed to rope with only one partner and enter one time, but they were allowed the use of 3 loops. So if the header missed, he could rebuild and throw again, or if he caught on the first try and the heeler missed, he could rebuild and take a second shot. When they're allowed to enter more with one partner, there are no 3-loop rules. So if you miss on the head, and you're out. If you miss on the heel, and you're out, and that's it. But they do get an opportunity to rope with more than one partner. Justin Rasmussen and Logan are the two cowboys that get outrun to the catch pen gate on this one. They will take no time, and they're $60 a piece in hard-earned cash entry fees are down the drain. Riley Trenholm, Todd Nelson will be our next two to go. Strangely enough, this is one of the few events in a rodeo arena that actually originated from original ranch work. And there are still many of the big working ranches that cowboy this way out on the open range. And lots of the bigger ranches that do open brandings where they still rope them and drag them into the branding fire this method and doctor their cattle out in the open range. It's not common anymore. There's a few that still do it, but it did actually stem from cowboy roots. The bareback riding and the steer wrestling and some of them, they were just invented by cowboys for something to do in their off time. And the saddle bronc riding, of course, that was something they used to do just to entertain themselves on the open range, and it morphed into the event that we know it today. But the team ropings actually and the tie-down roping are actually two of the events that stem from actual ranch rodeo work and have become two of the most popular and widely entered events in the rodeo arena. All right, Riley Trenholm on the head and side. Reaches out, sticks it on, nice full head catch. Todd Nelson moves in with a big heel shot, waves it in. Has he got some? Yeah, he's got one. We get a +5 for catching one hind leg. 10 and 9 +5, 15 and 9 will be the total. And it's good for second place in the go-round so far. We're going to go down to team number 5 now. Darren Densler from Fort St. John. He's partnered up with Halton Guard, two-time NRA bull riding champion from the 1980s and early 90s. Orville and Cole Harris on deck. Megan and Harlow in the hole. All right, Darren will be doing the heading for this team. And the old bull rider Halton Guard on the blue roan horse will be looking for a pair of heels, and they'd like to do this in about 7 seconds flat, just to give themselves a nice comfortable lead. friends. They're on the Palomino horse on the head and side. Is a cowboy who has got extensive ranch work experience on some of the bigger ranches. And one of the most invited guys to the brandings, the roping and dragging to the fires, he spills one on the ground and they will take in no time. Orville and Cole Harris are next two to go. Megan and Harlow on deck, and Dustin and Mac in the hole. Time for team number 6, Orville and Cole Harris. We're going to go to Megan Gaze and Harlow McTavish now. Dustin Livingston and Mac Leask on deck. Danny and Gary in the hole. Here we go, pair of cowgirls, Megan and Harlow. Doing a little fishing on that heeling end, comes up empty-handed. They will take no time. We go down to Dustin Livingston and Mac Leask Jr. Nope, going up one. Mac Sr. All right. Oh, that was a my bad no. This is Mac Sr. and Dustin Livingston. Mac Leask Sr. Spiffy blue shirt on the heeling end. Partnered up with Dustin Livingston on the heading end. Oh man, does he stick one out there 30 feet? Dabs it on him. Macways in a heel shot, comes up with one. We got a +5 on what was going to be the fastest. Well, it still is going to be the fastest run of the day. Yeah. 7:65 +5 for a total of 12:65. You want to be fast and win the money, that's how you do it right there. That was a team roping headshot right there, man. He fired it out there, no messing around. All right, we go with team number 9 now. Danny Moore from Pooskoopy and Gary Spears from Ayers, BC. These guys are two of the true veterans. I'm telling you what, we go back just about 50 years. They're two of my oldest friends in the rodeo game. We go right back into the mid-1970s. And these guys rope great together. Danny Moore will be roping ahead. Gary Spears be looking for a pair of heels. And again, if anybody can do it down in that 7-8 second range, it's these two guys here. right, Danny Moore. Oh man, I'm not sure what happened there. They were set up to be 6.5 for 7 seconds and he spilled it on the ground. No time for Moore and Spears on that. Why don't we go to team number 10 now, Scott and Dustin Livingston. Scott and Jason on deck and Billy and Wyatt in the hole. Dustin switches sides, goes to the heeling side with his partner this time around. Scott Livingston. All right, here we go, Scott and Dustin Livingston. Good head catch by Scott. Dustin waves in a heel shot, comes up empty-handed. No time. All right, Scott Livingston will be back, partnered up this time around with Jason Nelson. Billy and Wyatt on deck and Jackie and Ethan in the hole. Once again, a little reminder for parents of those kids who are entered in the mutton busting here today. Please get them gathered over by the rodeo office with their appropriate helmets and vests, if you would, please, and ropes if they have them. And that's going to be coming up here in just a few minutes' time. Mutton busters, please get ready over at the rodeo office. And whoever's in charge of the calf scramble, please get that calf ready to go too, if you would. All right, no time for Scott and Jason on that run. We go to Billy and Wyatt Copeland, the father-son duo from Fort St. John. Jackie Leask and Ethan Nelson on desk. And Andy Copeland and Jordan Lapine in the hole. Billy Copeland dabs one on there, turns him back to the left. Wyatt comes in with a big heel shot, comes up with one. And we're looking at a +5 in the field for catching one hind leg. Clean at the barrier, so we're 10.9 +5 for a total time of 15 and 9. And we go to Jackie Leask and Ethan Nelson now. See what they can do. 12:65 by Dustin and Mac Jr. is what our fast time of the day is so far. Mac Senior, pardon me. We're a 7:65 with a 5-second one leg penalty, so a total time of 12:65, and that's what leads the event so far, but it's a long ways from done. We've got 2 more sections after this one later in the day. All right, Jackie Lee's doing the heading on this team. Ethan Nelson, the youngster, on the heeling side. She nods, they come riding. She's sitting up in good position. Oh, man. Second swing around, she lost the hold of the spoke on her lariat rope, and it dropped on the ground behind her, and she was as shocked as I was when her hand come up empty-handed with no loop in it before she could throw it in no time. Just never know what's going to happen in the team roping event. Andy Copeland partnered up with Jordan Lapine. Copeland will be on the head and end on that good-looking buckskin horse. Jordan on the heeling end. Nate and Harlow on deck, and then we'll be down to some breakaway ropers. So once again, Mutton Busters, please accumulate yourselves over at the rodeo office. Parents of the Mutton Busters, get them ready down at the rodeo office. And whoever on the committee is in charge of the calf scramble, please get that organized and ready too, if you would. No time for Andy and Jordan. And we're down to the last one, team number 15 in the first section here today. Nate Siemens and Harlow McTavish. 12:65, fast time of the day. Then it drops down to a pair of 15-9s. 13-5, pardon me, by Nate and Ethan. Then a pair of 15-9s. 4 qualifiers so far. Number 15, couple young high school, cowboy and cowgirl. Nate on the head and then Harlow waving in a big old heel loop. She had a misfire on her first run with her first partner, and things are going to heck on them here in a hurry. They taking no time as well. Well, overall, not too bad of a section of team rope. We did have 4 qualified runs. Dustin Livingston and Mac Lee Sr., they're the guys to beat, with a 12:65 coming up in the next section later on. And we're going to stay in the timed event end of the arena now for the open breakaway roping, the first of 2 sections here today. We've got Abby Newstater, Kelly Claire Atkins, and Jordan Lapine will be our first 3 breakaway ropers to go. Newstadter comes up empty-handed, spills her only loop on the ground. She takes a no time and go to Kelly Atkins. Jordan Lapine on deck, Nicole Guard in the hole. Kelly Atkins already won some money in the barrel racing here today, earlier on in the program. She's back now on her third event of the day. She really excels at this one. She won some money at Hudson Hope in it as well. All right, she nods and comes a ride and hits that barrier just right. Oh, man. Reaches out there, looked like he was going to run right into it. It didn't happen, and we got our second no time in a row. Jordan Lapine be the next cowgirl to go in this event. It's an open event, means the ladies and men are open against each other. They stretch that all-important barrier score line over in front of our next contestant, Jordan Lapine. Saw her earlier on here just a few moments ago in the team roping with a couple different partners. Reaches out there, sidearms a wild horse loop, and comes up empty-handed as well. We're 0 for 3 now in the breakaway rope, and Nicole Guard, Fort St. John cowgirl, is one we're looking for to break this rut we got going on here of no times. That barrier stretched across in front of her. She turns that big yellow horse around in a half circle, backs him into that padded corner box, nods and comes riding, comes a little late. Steer slows down, she reaches out, sticks it on him, gathers up her slack, and oh my heavens. I can't believe that just happened. I thought we were going to be looking at a 4-second run. Well, she made a liar out of me. Brittany Olenberger, the queen of Pink Mountain, will be next to go. Blake Collins on deck, Hallie Easthope in the hole. All right, Blake, it's wide open. 4 down, 4 no catches. It's up to you to turn this thing around and get a time on the clock here. Brittany, pardon me. Yeah. Get all them B girls mixed up. You know, back in the 1970s when we rode bulls, we didn't know concussions were bad like they know it now. I don't know what else to blame these memory lapses on. Brittany Olenberger nods, hard running yellow calf, and she is late, really late. It's going to happen at the catch pen gate if it happens at all, and no, it's not going to happen for her. We're 0 for 5 now in the breakaway rope, and this is a rare thing with these young cowgirls for them to miss that many in a row. Blake Collins will be next to go. Helly Easthope on deck now. 6 more left to go, and then we'll be down to the buck and shoots for the mutton busting. Whoever's in charge of the muttons, wherever those muttons are. I see it was a contest. So far, Fallon's winning that one, isn't she? Yeah. All right, here we go. Oh boy, that was going to be a 2-second run right there for Blake Collins. Unfortunately, to get a qualified time, you got to catch him, and that didn't happen. He spilled that one on the ground in a big hurry. Helly Easthope is going to be next to go. Corbin Mills is on deck. All right, our first qualified run of the day, and it's about time. Contestant number 7, Helly Easthope, gathers one up. Looks good at the barrier. 3.4 is the time on that run, a 3.4, yeah. Do not be surprised if before the end of the day we see one in under 3 seconds. 2.2 is pretty common in this event when things are clicking and they're roping good and the cattle are running good. Even under 2 seconds is possible. It happened at Hudson Hope when there was a 2.2 second run that I thought was going to win the rodeo. A gal jumped out and did it in 1.9 without breaking the barrier. So it can happen, but it's not easy. Right now, Helly Easthope's happy. She's got a 3.4. She's on the clock. Corbin Mills, cowboy from Pink Mountain, is next to go. The only reason his sister took the liberty of entering the tie-down roping was because her brother entered the breakaway roping, and that was kind of her event. So she thought, well, if he's going to do that, I'll show him. Jump out in the tie-down roping, and she's winning some money in the open tie-down roping. So there's going to be egg on his face if he misses here today. She'll never let him hear the end of it. No, he's not going to let that happen. All right, barrier looks like it's good, Bruce. Yeah, it is so. 2.7. There's your new leader right there, 2.7. Now we're down in that 2-second range where this tie-down roping is where the money is and where it gets to be good. Watch it. Lots of times, once somebody finally breaks that spell, gets down that 2-second range, then they start coming, riding and roping, and that's when you start to see the times really speed up. Sometimes just one person getting into that 2-second barrier time can be the difference to turn this thing around, and all of a sudden it's like magic. All of a sudden everybody starts catching and doing it in a hurry. Riley Trendholm's the next cowgirl to go. Riley Tranholm comes a little late to be under 3 and spills that loop on the ground. She will take a no time. Destiny Oldenburger, the Pink Mountain Cowgirl, is next to go. Kendall Hunter, the hometown Cowgirl, on deck. They'll be the last two to go in this section before we move down to the buck and shoots for the mutton busting. Get them mutton busters ready, get them muttons ready, because we're coming your way. And if you have a list of the mutton busters in the office, we sure could use that up here too. What would you say if I told you? Just so we know who signed up and who actually is just trying to sneak in. Because they do try that. All right, Destiny Oldenburger reaches out. Oh, yeah, nice run right there. Oh, hard to believe it, but she's done it. She tied Corbin Mills with another 2.7. We got a pair of them now. Oh, 3.7. I'm sorry. 3.7 is the time for Destiny, so she is in sole possession of third place now behind Hallie Easthope at a 3.4. Corbin Mills 2.7 is the fast time, and Destiny Oldenburger with the 3.7s in third place. The hometown Cowgirl and hard-working committee member. She's the brains behind the brawn here at the Halfway River Rodeo, Kendall Hunter. Busy weekend for her. Doing a little fishing, dabs one out there and comes up empty-handed. How about a nice hand for your hometown rodeo committee member, one of the hardest working ladies around here this weekend. She got her hands full, plus she got a whole crew cab full of trucks, or full of kids to look after during this rodeo all day long. All right, Corbin Mills is the man to beat when we come back to the next section of the open breakaway roping here in a little while. Right now we're going to go down to the buck and shoots. For everybody's all-time favorite, we got 12, count them 12 mutton busters. Okay. Wild cow milking's coming up later on the program as well. So far they only have one team entered. If they don't get more, they will cancel that event for the day. So they're looking for some more entries in the wild cow milking. Boys, gather up a team. The money's there for the grabbing. Need a few more teams in that wild cow milking event. Get on over to the rodeo office pronto and get entered up in that. Because if they only have one team, they will postpone that event until tomorrow and try again. All right, we're going to go down to the buck and shoots now. We got a dozen of these young kids in the mutton busting here today. We're going to run down the list quickly, and then they'll just put them on in the order they can get them on. This list won't mean much after that, order-wise. Cutter Moore, Samantha Trellenberg, Bo Sutherland, Reese Densler, Calvin Davis Jr. III, Peyton Krawchuk, Jaden Krawchuk, Cash Hunter, Cypress Beatty, Emmett Hamilton, Tegan Field, and Joyce Bowmeister. Joyce, I think. I'm not sure if that's spelling. Anyhow, one of the Bowmeisters. That's the 12 sheep riders we have. So we're going to bring the sheep in and get them loaded up, and then it's not going to be super fast because we only got 4 sheep and we got a dozen mutton busters. And depending on if we got a dozen muttons, whether or not they got to catch them all and bring them back and reload the chutes again or not. Hopefully if they took 12 entries, they have 12 sheep, but they don't always disclose that information to me ahead of time. Matter of fact, they never do. I find out the hard way. And then right after the mutton busting's over, we're going to have a calf scramble. We're going to give away some nice prizes that'll be open to everybody. Calf scramble, when we're ready for that, we'll let you know. And I believe that's a 12 and under event as well. have 12 mutton busters ready. We just need the sheep. Wherever the sheep are, please bring them in and get them loaded up here. Whoever's in charge of this calf scramble immediately after, please have the calf ready with the ribbon on it too, because we got a lot of rodeo to get through here by supper time. So if we can do it without 20 minutes waiting for somebody to find that calf, well, that'd be groovy too. Sky, can you check with the powers that be, Sky Hunter? I see you hiding under there. Check with the powers that be. Whoever's looking after this calf for the calf scramble, I'm delegating it to you to make sure that that's in order to go right behind these sheep, right? So we don't have that 20 minutes of, holy man, we didn't know the calf scramble was coming. It's ready. Ribbons on it. It's good. All right, I'm going to call them in order as they're listed on our program. If you can put them on in that order, that'd be groovy, just so we don't lose track of anybody. Cutter Moore, Samantha Trellenberg, Bo Sutherland, and Reese Densler are the first four on our list. So if you can set them on in that order, it just really helps minimize the confusion of who went and who didn't. Cutter Moore. Cutter Moore is first to go. Samantha Trellenberg is second. from Pooskoopy rides one to a standstill. Head first into the deep sand. Samantha Trellenberg is our next one to go. Bo Sutherland is on deck. All right, Samantha Trellenberg. One-handed, out they go, down to the ground, enough's enough. All right, Bo Sutherland. Where's Bo Sutherland? He's next to go. Reese Densler's on deck. All right, Bo Sutherland. Reese Densler's our next one to go. Calvin Davis Jr. the third is in the hole. All right, here's Reese Densler. 14 John Cowgirl. All right, Calvin Davis Jr., the third. All right, 5 down, 7 to go. Peyton Krawchuk is next to go. Jaden Krawchuk on deck. Just like his old man, eh? No, I'm not wasting 1 week yet, heck no. All right, here we go, Peyton Krawchuk. Outside. All right, Jaden Krawchuk's our next one to go. was Jaden Krawchuk. Cash Hunter is a turnout. He had to go for a nap, so we're going to go to Cypress Beatty now. Cypress Beatty's our next one to go, and Emmett Hamilton's on deck. All right, that was Cypress Beatty. We're going to go to Emmett Hamilton now. All right, Emmett Hamilton is gone. Now we're down to our last two. Tegan Field is next to go with Jay Baumeister on deck. One more Mutton Buster to go. Joy or Jay Baumeister? Joy? Joy, okay, that's, the spelling isn't great on my program here, so Joey Baumeister. All right, Joey Baumeister, contestant number 12. And that wraps up Mutton Busting here on day number 1. 23rd Annual Halfway River Valley Rodeo. We're going to clear all these muttons out of the arena. And we're going to invite all youngsters 12 and under down for the calf scramble. 12 and under for the calf scramble. So even you kids in the grandstands, if you're 12 years of age or under, we're going to bring you in here and do a calf scramble. I'm not sure what the prize is. At Hudson Hope, they give away bicycles. Here at the halfway, you're liable to get a gold buckle. We don't know yet, but boys are getting the calf ready. Everybody 12 and under, come on down for the calf scramble event. The more the merrier. I want you to all come right over here in front of the buck and shoots. Every last one of you come right over in front of the buck and shoots for the 12 and under calf scramble. All right, so for any of you that aren't familiar how this event works, when they release the calf, it's going to have a ribbon tied on its tail. And what you need to do is get in there and pull that ribbon off and get it in your hand. Whoever gets the ribbon is going to win the prize here today at Halfway River. So let's put the bigger 12-year-olds to the back of the line. The bigger 12-year-olds to the back of the line, the smallest ones out front. Give them a little bit of a head start here. So let's kind of sort them by size here. Big ones to the back row, smaller kids to the front of the line. All right, they're going to release that calf from down at that end, and when I count to 3, that's the signal for you guys to go ahead and start, all right? No, you don't release them, I do. All right? All right, that's too late, they're already gone. All right, somebody's got it one already. There we go, one of them blonde-haired kids, the first one in here. Michael Akulenko from just down the road here. You betcha. Hometown cowboy wins the calf scramble. I don't know what the prize is, but they're going to take it over to the rodeo office and award him with it. And Michael Akulenko, winner of the calf scramble. Thanks to all you young kids for coming out. Hopefully you had some fun here today. That was pretty fast and sweet. Usually it takes longer than that. All right, that leads us up to intermission time, folks, and it's a chance for you to get up, stretch your legs, go on over and check out any of the good fine concessions here. We're going to take a 20-minute intermission, and then we'll be back with the second half of today's program. And when we come back, it'll be at the Buck and Shoots with the saddle bronc riding event. So wander around, have a visit, familiarize yourselves with the grounds, drop on over to the beer gardens and have yourself a cold one if you're so inclined. Please check out the concession booths. They got some great food here for you today. And we'll be back. We'll let you know when we're back. It's a 4:15 right now, so let's say at about 25 to 5, 4:45, somewhere in there. We'll be back with some saddle bronc riding.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Good evening and welcome to Dan Hooper's Stockyard. You all have a good meal? Get in. Well, let's give the cooks and the waiters a big round of applause. They did a wonderful job this evening. Well, let's see, what would y'all like to hear? Anything special?
This old smoke-filled bar is something I'm not used to. I gave up my home to see you satisfied. And I just called to let you know where I'll be living. It's not much, but I feel welcome here inside. And I've got swinging doors, jukebox, and a bar stool. My new home has a flashing neon sign. Stop by and see me anytime you want to, 'cause I'm always here at home till closing time. dollar just woke up wanting in me. Wishing I'd never met her, knowing if I'd forget her, how much better off she would be. The longer I hold on, the longer this goes on, the harder that it's gonna be. But it's 4 in the morning, and once more the dawn just woke up the wanting in me. I never deserved her, God knows when I heard that's the last thing I want. It's right that I know she's good. I love her so much, I don't know why I can't do the right thing and just let her be. But it's 4 in the morning, and once more the dawn just woke up the wanting in me. Last night I told her this time it's all over, make it 10 times. I told her goodbye. Last night we broke up, this morning I woke up, and for the 10th time I'm changing my mind. I saw more love in her eyes when I left her than most foolish men will ever see. But it's 4 in the morning, and once more the daughter just woke up the wanting in me. It's 4 in the morning, and once more the daughter just woke up the wanting in me. There was a boy in Arkansas who listened to his mom, and she don't hate his miracles. He slept away in the afternoon, giggling and walking. Pretty soon he and my man both watching fun. He standing listening carefully, then pretty soon he began to see how the auctioneer could talk so rapidly. He said, "Oh my, it's do or die. I've got to learn that auction cry. Gotta make my mark and be an auctioneer. $25 bidding now, $30 birdie, and you give me 30, make it 30, $30, $30 bid. $30 bidding now, 35, would you give me $35, 35, make it 35, who would have bid it at a $35 bid? As time went by, he did his best, Lord all could see. He did it just, he practiced selling livestock night and day. His papa kept him behind the margin, roaring up and almost storm as he tried to imitate an auctioneer. Well, it is process that I just can't stand to have a mediocre man selling things at auction using my good name. I'll send you off to auction school, you'll be nobody's fool if you can take your place in all the fame. $35 bidding now, $40, 40, you give me 40, make it 40, $40, $40 bid. $40 bidding now, 45, would you give me $45, 45, make it 45, who would have bid it at a $45 bid? So from that boy who went to school to the first man, he played it cool, he came back home a full-fledged auctioneer. And people came from miles around to listen to that rhythmic sound of him, the heart just a happy cheer. As time went by, his fortunes grew, he got richer, and to buy an airplane to get around. This auction gives that man a hand, Lord, he's the best in all the land, yes, he's the best of all the auctioneers. $45 bidding now, $50 me. I'll need time. Get you off my mind, and I may sometimes bother you. Try to be in touch with you, even ask too much of you, time to time. Now hang there, Lord, you know I'll need a friend till I get used to losing you. Let me keep on using you till I can make it on my own. I'll get by, but no matter how I try, there'll be times you know I'll call. Chances are my tears will fall. I'll have no time. Oh, there'll be a brighter day. Surely someday I'll wake up and see the morning sun. Got another lonely night behind me. Then I'll know I'm over you and all my crying's done. No more hurting memories will find me. But till then, Lord, you know I'll need a friend till I get used to losing you. Let me keep on using you till I can make it on my own. Till I can make it on my own. They say don't go on Wolverton Mountain if you're looking for a wife. 'Cause Clifton Clowers has a pretty young daughter. He's mighty handy with a gun and a knife. Her tender lips are sweeter than honey, and Wolverton Mountain protects her there. The bears and the birds, tell Clifton Clowers, if a stranger should wander there. All of my dreams are on Wolverton Mountain. I want his daughter for my wife. I'll take my chances and climb that mountain. Though Clifton Clowers, he might take my life. Her tender lips are sweeter than honey, and Wolverton Mountain protects her there. The bears and the birds, tell Clifton Clowers, if a stranger should wings of a snow white dove, he sends his pure sweet love, a sign from above, on the wings of a dove. When Noah had drifted on the flood many days, he searched for land in various ways. All trouble he had some, but wasn't forgotten. He sent in his love on the wings of a dove, on the wings of a snow white dove. He sends his pure sweet love, a sign from above, on the wings of a dove, on the wings of a snow white dove. He sends his pure sweet love, a sign from above, on the wings of a dove, on the wings of a dove, on the wings of a dove. There's a young girl that I know, she just turned 21. Comes from down in southern Colorado, just out of the service, and I'm looking for some fun someday soon. She'll go with me someday soon. Parents cannot stand me, 'cause I ride the rodeo. Her daddy says that I'm favorite crying, but I know she'd follow me down any road I go someday soon. She'll go with me someday soon. And when I come to call, her pa ain't got a good word to say. Bet it's 'cause he was just as wise back in his early days. So though you won't know me on my way someday soon, he'll go with me someday soon. Never hit 17 when you play against the dealer, for you know that the odds won't ride with you. Never leave a woman alone with your friends around. You steal her, she'll be gambled and gone like summer rain. I'll be rolling on till I get to Vancouver, and the one that I love, she's living there. It's been 6 long months and more since I've seen her baby gamble and gone by summer wages. In all the beer parlors up down along Main Street, dreams of a season all spilled out on the floor, and the big stand of timber times are all gone. Now I'm bound for moving on. I'll look for you if I'm ever back this way. Think I'll go out to Alberta. Weather's good there in the fall. Got some friends that I can go working for. Still, I wish you'd change your mind if I asked you one more time. But we've been through that 100 times before. And we've been through that 100 times or more. Well, it's 2 eggs, a pound of whiskey toast, home fries on the side. Wash it down with a Roadhouse coffee, burns of pure inside. Just a Canyon, Colorado diner, and a waitress I did love. Sat in the back neath the lone stuffed bear and a worn-out Navajo rug. Aye, 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 Katie, shades of red and blue. Aye, 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 Katie, whatever became of the Navajo rug and you? Katie, shades of red and blue. Now old Jack, the boss, he left at 6, and it's Katie bar the door. She'd fold down that Navajo rug and spread it across the floor. Hey, I saw lightning cross the sacred mountains on the woven turtle dove. Lying next to Katie on that old Navajo rug. Aye, 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 Katie, shades of red and blue. Aye, 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 Katie, whatever became of the Navajo rug and you? Katie, shades of red and blue. Aye, 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 Katie, whatever became of the Navajo rug and you? Tonight, I'm burning all love letters, photographs and memories of you. Hoping somehow I'll feel better. And when the smoke is gone, I won't want you. Burning memories, burning memories, memories of you that I can't lose. My heart to you no longer matters, and I can't live on memories. Into the fire go dreams you shatter. And when the smoke is gone, then I'll be free.
Well, all right, everybody, we are back with the second half of Saturday evening's program. We're going down to my favorite event of all, the saddle bronc riding. This is the classic event of rodeo. Cowboys Riding Association approved saddle halter and a bronc rein. They ride with dull, short-shanked spurs and a set of chaps. This is not a brute strength contest in the saddle bronc riding, unlike the bareback riding. Cowboys must ride with a lot of balance, form, finesse, and timing. If they don't have it, they will hit the ground in a hurry. They ride with that spur out rule, just as they do in the bareback riding. They'll be disqualified if they fail to spur the horse out of the chute the first jump for touching themselves or the horse at any time during the 8-second ride, or being bucked down before the sound of the whistle. We got a couple turnouts. Logan Hodson and Matthew St. Pierre won't be here if you're following on your program. We got Brecken Lowe and Quentin Meyer, Brady Annette, Steve Holman, Jared Marshall, and Clayton Lepin. Looks like we're going to start in chute number 4. Brecken Lowe, thank you, my friend. Brecken Lowe will be the first cowboy to go. The gunner in the event here this afternoon. This is the typical halfway weather river rodeo weather that we're used to. Yesterday was a little chilly, a little cloudy, and not that much fun. Today, it's perfect. Perfect weather for a rodeo, and it shows in the grandstands. This is one of the biggest crowds I've ever seen here in the 23 years since this rodeo's inception. And it's good to see you all here. Hopefully most of you are camped here, and if not, well, thanks for coming out for the day anyhow. It's nice to see the grandstands packed full. All right, Brecken Lowe and the cowboy. They open the gate, the horse stalls, he jumps out now. This cowboy goes to lift and spurring, and off the side he comes. Right there, the sound of that whistle is where the ride should have ended for Brecken Lowe. Bucked him off about 4 seconds halfway through the ride. The result is the same. He gets a no score and no shot at all the prize money in this event. All right, we're going to roll over to the other side here now. Looks like we're going to go to chute number 1 by the looks of it. Brady Annette will be the cowboy to go. Number 6 on your program if you're following along. The second cowboy to go. First one was bucked off. We're looking for our first qualified ride. We see the cowboy take that all-important rein measurement. Now, there's some science involved in this. There's more to it than meets the eye. Years ago, cowboys figured out by going from the length of the horse's neck and the distance over top of his ears between his eyes and your thumb measurement stretched out over your saddle. A combination of those things gives you a fairly accurate mathematical triangle there for how far a horse's head can move when he puts it down. It's not always perfect, but it works for the most of the time, and it's critical because if you take too short of a rein, it means you're not going to outpower that horse. If he jerks his head down, he's going to take you with him right out over the front end. And if the rein's too long, of course, it has the adverse effect. You get loose in the saddle, you slip out what they call going out the back door, and either way it's not good. So the rein measurement is one of the most critical things in the saddle bronc riding, because that is the balance point. That's the fulcrum for these guys to keep their butt scooted down in the seat. They lift on that rein, put some pressure on their hips, keeps them scooted down in the cantle of that saddle, and lets their legs rotate freely off of the swells of the saddle to spur them from the neck back to the cantle in fine cowboy style. This guy is in a storm. Well, he comes down early, but he's down on the ground where he can hear you now. Brady Annette gets the big goose egg. Our next cowboy is getting ready down chute number 2. By the looks of that 10-gallon hat, I'm going to say this is Clayton Lepin getting ready to go here at chute 2. You betcha, we got him. Clayton Lepin, cowboy from Fort St. John, chute number 2. We're looking for a first qualified ride. This guy is no stranger to this rodeo. He's been a veteran here, entered for at least 5 years that I can remember, and possibly even a little longer. He came up through the BC High School rodeo ranks. Him and Chance Bowen, a bunch of them young guys, all came up through the ranks together. Out of the 3 guys that he traveled with, he's the last one still going down the road. All right. He got that Hosquart right hat on, tucks his chin, lifts on that rein. And he says, let's go, boys, and here we go. Come on, Clayton, ride this one. Ride him, here we go. Takes a little run at him. Now he starts jumping and kicking towards the main grandstand. Well, I'll be go to heck. I thought he was going to get that one rode. He was still sitting in the middle of them at the halfway point, and then once he started coming to the fence, I think he quit watching the horse and started looking at the ground, and that's pretty much where he landed. We're going to do a 50-50 draw here. When we can squeeze it in here, we'll just see if the next guy's ready to go. All right, we're going to do the first of the 50-50 draw, and this is what color? This is the blue ones? Blue? All right, this is a blue ticket. If you bought a 50-50 draw, get your tickets out. This is a draw for the blue tickets, and it's an astonishing amount of cash. $1,460 to the winner. All righty, that means it was a $2,900 plus draw. Number 162428. If you've got blue ticket, number 162428, you've just won $1,460. This is not a good time to be shy. If you're bashful, give it to the gal sitting next to you, but jump up and let us know, because if somebody doesn't claim this within a couple minutes, we'll redraw it till we have a winner, all right? The money's going to somebody, so do not be bashful. If you're in an outhouse, get your drawers up and get out here and let us know. Ticket number 162428. You have just won $1,460. We'll give you a couple minutes to ponder that, and then we're going to redraw. All right, this is Jared Marshall. He's a bareback rider. He rode earlier today, but he can't be here tomorrow, and he's entered for tomorrow, so he's taking tomorrow's horse today. If that makes any sense to you, it does to these cowboys. So Jared Marshall, the score he gets on this horse will count for tomorrow's go-around, because he had something come up and he cannot stay the night to be here to compete tomorrow, and he was entered in both days. So the committee and our officials graciously awarded him the ability to be able to get on his horse today and not have to turn him out because he couldn't be here tomorrow. So that was pretty nice of him. He's got another rodeo tomorrow. He didn't know that when he entered this one. Prince George. Prince George Pro Rodeo going on this weekend. Yeah. All right, chute number 4. Gentleman with not very much hair, but a lot of ability when it comes to spur and bucking horses. He's rode so many rank ones, he just done bucked the hair right off his head. All right, keep your eyes on chute number 4. This guy already won today's rodeo in the bareback ride, and here we go on a big black horse jumping and kicking. This is looking good right here, just how it's supposed to be done. Yeah, gets him a little rock up on his head. There's the sound of the whistle. We're going to check with the judges, and again, in the event of a close call, or if it looks like somebody was bucked off, you always check with the judges, because they carry stopwatches on the arena floor that they activate the minute the gates open and that horse starts to leave the chute. And if there's any question at all, the doubt goes to the cowboy in their favor, and if the judges stopwatches say it's good, and they do say it is, 74 points for Jared Marshall, and that counts for tomorrow's rodeo. 74 for Jared Marshall. It's a good deal for him. And he is going to jump in his Oldsmobile and head for Prince George. That's about sneaking up on a 450-mile overnighter drive for him to be ready to compete at the big Prince George Pro Rodeo tomorrow. So good luck down there, Jared. Congratulations. You're getting out of here with a ton of cash again. Holy smokes. Matthew St. Pierre is scratched. He's a turnout on our list. You have his horse. Well, let's auction him off. Steve Holman in chute number 3, the veteran cowboy from Quesnel, British Columbia. One of the oldest actively competing cowboys in the province of British Columbia and probably in North America. At 60 years old, this guy started in high school rodeos in British Columbia. He's had one of the longest, most distinguished careers, still actively competing as a bull rider at his age, which is totally unheard of. There is the odd guy that gets up into the 60s in the saddle bronc riding because it's not quite as hard on the body as a bull ride. And Andy Copeland was one of those exceptions to the rules, competed here till he was 66 years old. Steve Holman retired from saddle bronc and bareback riding a few years back and has concentrated on the bull riding, which is strange when it's the toughest event for the youngest guys, but that was his chosen deal. This weekend here, so much money added in all the events, he couldn't help himself. He had to enter the bronc riding too. He was entered in that open bull riding here last night, and I saw him bucked off 2 bulls last night, which is unheard of. You might get him to the ground once in a while, once in a blue moon, but he fell off 2 rank ones last night, so he'll be coming back with a vengeance here in the saddle bronc riding today to recoup some of the money he lost in entry fees at that open bull riding last night. At one time, he competed in all 3 riding events, the bareback, saddle bronc, and bull riding, and as a steer wrestler as well, which made him qualify for the all-around cowboy award. You must compete in both ends of the arena to be a true all-around, and he was one of those. 16224. Yeah, wrong number. Sorry, I guess the money's mine. There we go. John Ackla. John Ackla wins, what was it, $14? $1,460. John, congratulations. You're going to have some friends in the beer gardens tonight, I'll tell you that. They know that you're buying supper. Good deal. Good deal. I'll be there. Make sure they save me a steak. All right, John Ackla wins our first 50-50 draw. We'll have another one coming up here in a little while with a different colored ticket. All right, here goes Steve Holman, the veteran cowboy from Quinal. Oh, man. Got him rocking, got him rolling, got him loose. How about a nice hand for an old friend of mine? I'll tell you what, it takes a lot of guts at his age to keep doing this. He's one of the most physically fit guys I know. He could probably still give a whooping to just about any of the young guys back there behind the chutes if he chose to. This guy's just a brute of a man, a tough man. All right, couldn't make the whistle here today, though. He takes a no score, and so we've got no qualified rides so far and a lot of money up for grabs. Quentin Myers, our next cowboy to go shoot number 1. Bucked off 4 cowboys in a row here today in the saddle bronc riding. Quentin Myers, the last guy, but I'm telling you what, if you ever get a chance to go to the rodeo office here this weekend and look at the buckles that event winners get here, they're every bit as nice as what they give to Canadian professional champions. They spare no expense when it comes to looking after their contestants here, with the amount of prize money up for grabs and the awards that they pass out.
Cowboys ain't easy to love, and they're hard
that don't know him won't like him, and them that do sometimes won't know how to take it.
He ain't wrong, he's just different, but his pride won't let him do things to make you think he's right.
Don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Don't let them pick guitars and ride the old folks. Let them be doctors and lawyers themselves. Don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. They never stay home and they're always alone, even with someone they love. Don't let your babies grow up.
Welcome to 2003, I was 25. Oh, say, can you smell her for the smoke? God's still up there laughing, so he's gotta be alive. Who says he can't take a dirty joke? Power is, power does, power slips away. It's so easy to view. Who'd have thought them Arabs would have bought the USA just to give it to the Jews? Singing crime still don't pay, just like it used to. And you know that time slips away till you die. And you know that I don't give a damn when I shoot. And you know that it don't hurt so bad when you're high.
Oh, say does the future of the homesick and the brave even matter anymore? There ain't no more reason for them boys to run away than there was to fight before. Would you tell me why the hell they try to win back in the war? What we wasted in the line might just ain't as righteous as it used to be before. When your army's out of gas,
Singing crime.
All right, Quentin Meyer nods. He's ready to go. Out of shoot number one. Big sorrel horse jumping and kicking. Comes around to the right just a little bit and rolls him out the side.
Till you die. And you know that I don't give a damn when I shoot. And you know that it don't hurt.
All right, that looks like it wraps up our saddle bronc riding here. We got one horse left in the chute, but we're missing a couple cowboys that didn't show up today, so we're done the saddle bronc riding. No qualified rides today, so nobody gets the buckle. Whether the committee opts to pay ground money to them for showing up, I'm not sure, but they'll sort that out amongst themselves. So that wraps up the classic event of Rodeo, the saddle bronc riding. We go back down to the time event end of the arena for the second section of the team rope, and we got 15 more teams this time around. Dustin Livingston, MacLeese Sr. with a 12:65 are the time to beat from the first 15 teams that went earlier today. Riley and her son MacLeese Jr. and then Blake Collins and Colt Pearson in the hole.
so don't even go. My front tracks are heading for a cold waterway. My back tracks are nuzzling the sun. Sometimes it's heaven, sometimes it's hell. Sometimes I don't even know.
Okie dokie. So they're not going to pay ground money. They're going to roll today's money into tomorrow's performance. So 2,000 from today goes into tomorrow's rodeo, and tomorrow $4,000 added in the bronc riding. The money will double up, and they'll come riding it a little tougher tomorrow. They won't stay at the dance so late tonight. They'll come ready to win some money tomorrow with that much up for grabs. You can guarantee it.
Sometimes it's heaven, sometimes it's hell, sometimes I don't even know.
Sometimes heaven, sometimes hell, sometimes don't even know. I'm sitting in the sun, sitting in the evening sun, watching the ship roll in. Then I watch her roll away again. I'm sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away. I'm sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time.
Left my home in Georgia. I was headed for the Frisco Bay. I had nothing to live for. Looks like nothing's gonna come my way. Sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away.
Dock of the bay, wasting time. Looks like nothing's ever gonna change. Everything still remains the same.
I can't do what 10 people tell me to do. So I guess that I'll just remain the same.
All right, we're ready to go with first team in section 2. Riley Bonderoff on the head and end. Gary Spears, the veteran cowboy, on the heel and end.
Now I'm looking at it over, something cool and feeling fool enough to see what I had called my brother home. Now he had every right to call on me. Don't ever trust that little boy unless you want that little out too.
All right, Riley reaching out there doing a little fishing. Got a front leg caught in it. She can see that, so she doesn't go to the horn. She just lets him go to the catch pin. They were taking no time. We talked about it earlier. 3 legal head catches allowable in the team roping event. Full horn catch in the case of horn cattle like these, or they can be roped on a full head catch completely around the neck, or a half a head catch under the jaw on one side and under the horn on the opposite side. If they catch a front leg in with it, or the steer goes right through it and they end up roping around the midsection or anything like that, then the head catch does not count. And they've taken no time. We're going now to a mother-son or a father from Harris, BC. Jackie's on the head and end, Mac on the heel and end. Now this is a pretty soft team roping so far. We got a 12.65 as the fast time. I anticipate before the day's over, we're going to see something down in that 7-second range and penalty free. That's what it's going to take to win this thing. Jackie throws one out there in a hurry, comes up empty-handed, and the Leafs will go home with a no time. Blake Collins and Colton Pearson are next two to go. Daryl Mills and Clayton Moore on deck.
If we ever get to heaven, boys, it ain't because we ain't done nothing wrong. We're in this gig together, so let's settle down, steal each other's song. I know that it sounds silly, but I think I stole somebody's song. She's a good-hearted woman, in love with a good-kind man. And she loves him in spite of the ways that she don't understand. And teardrops of laughter.
Son, you make me so proud. On the birds are off my shoe.
All right, here we go. Blake Collins on the head net. Colton Pearson looking for a pair of heels. Got him roped around the horns, turns him back. Weighs in that heel shot. Oh, man. Steer kick free of it. They'll take it no time. A rope for three. We're going out to Daryl Mills, partnered up with Clayton Moore.
Take my 50 cents and go down to the local picture show to watch my heroes roll around. Those times that win,
Both these cowboys have won Canadian titles in their past during their memberships as in the Professional Rodeo Association of Canada and the PRCA. Mills, also the 1994 world champion bull rider, one of only two Canadians to ever claim that title.
as they fall, soon they'll be
Both ranch raised and rodeo bred cowboys as well. This is a good matchup, these two guys right here. D.W. Mills on the head and then reaches out, dabs it on him. Turns him back to the left. Clayton waves in a wild horse loop and loses a hold of it on the way down to the ground. Little butterfingers there. They will take it no time.
well, I guess
I was really hoping to see Clayton win some money today because it's his birthday and I want him to be able to go home and buy something real nice for himself.
all in all, it just ain't that great a fishing day.
Matt and Breckenlowen are partnered up this time around.
Might have wrapped around Mr.
Dennis and Luke Davis on deck.
Another big one.
And I can't count the times he's made me laugh. This time he's made me cry. And there ain't nothing quite as sad as watching your heroes die. One by one, as they fall. Soon there'll be no
All right in front of the catch pen gate. They turn him back to the left. Healer taking his time and doesn't help him out. No time for Blake Wyatt. Or Matt Lowen and Breckenlowen, pardon me. No time. Go down to Dennis and Lucas Davis. Blake Collins and Wyatt Bonder off. On deck, Corbin and Cole in the hole.
Some people say time to care of people like you. That I'm living too fast and say that I can't last much longer.
But little they see that their thoughts of me is my savior. And they really should know that the beat all
ground's a little late. Hard running steer is going to beat them right to the catch pen gate. The Davises will take in no time. They each forfeit $60 apiece in entry fees for the privilege of roping here today, which all gets rolled in together in each event with the added prize money from all the many great sponsors to make this the best paying rodeo in the north. We're going to go down to a couple young high school cowboys now. Blake Collins and Wyatt Bonderoff partnered up. Corbin Mills and Cole Sutherland on deck, and Megan and Todd in the hole.
Time will take care of itself, so just leave time alone. Pick up the tempo just a little, take it on home. Yeah, pick up the tempo just a little, and take it on home. Take back the weed, take back the cocaine, baby.
All right, looking at a +5 in the field for catching one hind leg, but they finally broke that no time cycle that was going on here.
Don't need it now, your love's all I
7.2 +5 for a total of 12 and 2. That moves them now into sole possession of first place ahead of Dustin and Mac Sr. from the first section. 12.2 is our new fast time of the day. Go to Corbin Mills, the cowboy from Pink Mountain, and his partner Cole Sutherland. Megan and Todd on deck. DW and Mac in the hole.
take back the pill, take back the whiskey too. Good job, guys. Don't need it now, your love's all I'm after. I'll make it now, but I can get off on you. Who would have thought this was something that I'd ever do? I'm working it out, bellowing out on you. Take back the ring, take back the cocaine.
All right, Corbin sticks it on the wave into heel shot. We get some? No.
Take back the pill, take back the whiskey.
Another no time. Boy, oh boy, there's been a bunch of them today. Megan Gaze and Todd Nelson are next two to go. Daryl Mills and Mac Leask on deck. Riley and Jason in the hole.
Take back the weed, take back the cocaine, baby. Take back the pill, take back the whiskey too. Don't need it now, your love's all I'm after.
Someone's gonna get hurt before you're through. Someone's gonna pay for the things you do. How many hearts must break? How many is it gonna take to satisfy you? Just to satisfy you. Another love, another fool to play your game. Another love, another fool, they're all the same.
All right, Megan on the head and reaching and riding in a rope, and she gets one. A full head catch, turns him back to the left. Healer waves in a shot. He's got a pair. Oh, yeah.
You're gonna find when it's too late, a heart just won't break just to satisfy
We're going to check with the boys at the barrier, make sure we got no infractions down there. Nobody's hollering about it, so we're going to assume it's clean. The first clean heel catch of the day, and a time of 10.2 moves them into possession of first place now. Megan Gaze and Todd Nelson now in the lead. Here in the team roping.
How many hearts must break? How many will it take to satisfy you?
right, that's going to make these other guys bear down a little bit because they know things are getting a little tougher here now. Before anything in the 12s would get you a paycheck, it won't now. Gonna have to throw caution to the wind and try and pull off one of those 7 or 8 second runs and make it tough for the other guys. All right, Daryl Mills on the head and in. Doing a little fishing, got him roped by the nose, loops closed up too much, and he's not going to be able to get it on him. Time for Mills and Leask. Riley Trenholm with her partner Jason Nelson this time around. Riley Bonderoff and Wyatt on deck. All right, Riley on the head then, a hard running steer, and she bounces it off that inside horn. And we'll take a no time, man. Oh, man. What a tough section for these guys. Riley and Wyatt Bonderoff are next to go. Corbin Mills and Tyler Peterson on deck. Right there, turns it back to the left. This could be good if the heeler can come up with a pair. But he just can't stand the pressure. No time for Riley and Wyatt on that one. Man, oh man, Corbin Mills, Tyler Peterson. Up to you guys, boys. Do something in 8 seconds here. Justin and Rob Rasmussen on deck. We're down to our last 3 teams. Then we'll have some more open breakaway ropers. Then we got an event that I don't recall them having it here last year. They might have, but I don't remember it. The ranch bronc riding, and that's good watching. That's where ranch cowboys just come in with their old stock saddles and get on and ride bucking horses. And they don't have to try and spur them like they do in the open bronc riding, and it's pretty hard to do with that style of saddle because the bronc riding saddles have been designed to allow more freedom of movement with legs and feet than the stock saddles, but they ride 2 hands down and they take a pounder, and it's good watching. All right, the Pink Mountain Cowboy sticks a headshot on him. Oh, yeah, there's the rod that we've been looking for all day long. Right there, penalty-free in the infield. Check with the boys at the barrier. It's good. Oh, you're going to like this. 6.6 seconds. Yeah. Yes, sir. All right. That's going to change things a whole bunch. It's going to make these guys wake up and go, holy man, we got to get tough to win some money here now. 6.6 by 2 young high school cowboys. That opened the eyes of these old timers, and they're going to come digging a little deeper this time around. We got Justin and Rob Rasmussen next to go. All right, another good head catch early on. Oh boy, header's a little out of shape. Comes riding back in, bounces it off a hip, and they will take a no time, and he is not happy with himself. You can tell because he knew they were set up to be in that 6 or 7 second range. He knew that when his header turned him back. They were right following in the same tracks as the team ahead of him, and they were going to be in there close, but he couldn't hold up his end of the deal, so no time for Justin and Rob. And Ty Jones partnered up with Tough Brett will be our last 2 to go in this section. We got a bunch more coming up later on in the afternoon. They came out of the woodwork for this one. event, 6.6 in the lead. They're gonna have to be tough. Throws the rope, comes up empty-handed on the head catch. So they will take in no time, and that's going to wrap up this section of Team Open. But you have seen the best run of the day so far here just a moment ago. How about a nice hand for Corbin Mills and Tyler Peterson? They are the ones to beat when we come to the next section. 6.6, that's an incredible run. Win them money any place they go. And we're going to move on down now to the second section of the Open Breakaway rope. And Shelby Cole will be our first cowgirl to go from Rose Prairie, British Columbia. Andy Copeland on deck.
And the chills I get just knowing that you're mine. 'Cause I've spent my life not knowing what real love is. Oh no, though I'd be hurting, I'm still certain that I'd rather love and lose you than never know your love at all. Or I'd never know the thrill of your sweet lips. And the chills I get just knowing that you're mine.
Well, we're down to 2 entries now in the ranch bronc riding. Just Logan Trask and Quentin Meyer, the only 2. Ryan Herman, we've been informed, is a turnout. He had no show today, so we just need 2 horses for the ranch bronc ride.
I'd be hurting. I'm still certain.
All right, Corbin Mills, who just saw establish the fast time in the team ropings, also the fast time in the breakaway roping from his run in the first section earlier today. 2.7 seconds is the time to beat. And then we go to a 3.4 by Hallie Easthope and 3.7 by Destiny Olenberger. So this is a pretty tough event. Shelby Core has the lariat slip out of her hand as she makes the throw, and she is not happy with that. She knows she just let a whole bunch of money go down the drain right there. No time for her. Andy Copeland, Cowboy is how he's affectionately known here in the North Country. This is a cowboy whose rough stock event spanned over 6 decades, from the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s, into the 2000 and teens. The last ride that I know that he may have made others after that, but was right here at this rodeo when he was 66 years old to win the saddle bronc riding, an accomplishment few men can claim. Now fully retired from the rough stock events, competes in the tie-down roping once in a while. The team roping and the breakaway roping are kind of his chosen events.
We've loved our last. It seems as though you'll never pass old time.
All right, Pete, stick it on him. All right, doing a little fishing. If you had horns, you'd have had him. Ropes him around the rib cage, and that'll do.
Back to me, or take her from my memory, then time.
6.9 is the time for Andy Copeland at 6 and 9. Well, it gets him in the prize money right now. For how long, we don't know. But he's placing right now, and that's good enough. Tommy Soolittle is next to go. If that isn't a cowgirl name right straight out of a Western movie, I don't know what is. Tommy Soolittle. On deck is Danny Moore and Anissa Little in the hole.
To let them in old time. You're not a friend of mine. But if you could bring her back to me, or take her from my memory, then time, you'd be a friend of mine.
Tommy Sue Little on the good-looking bay horse. Oh, if he'd have had some high horns on him, she'd have had him. But he never. She did. No time for Tommy Sue Little. Danny Moore. Two Scoopy Cowboy is next to go. This guy is such a hand. He's one of my favorite cowboys, always has been. I was such a fan of him when he was still riding saddle broncs. And he quit at a very young age riding saddle broncs, and he's never given me a reason why, but he did. And had he not, he would have been, I'm positive he would have been a Canadian champion. He rode so well. We've been friends for a long, long time. We go right back to 1975. There's no event this man hasn't worked and can't win money in, and when it comes to timed events, he's just about unbeatable. He gave a bunch of kids a lesson at the Moore Ranch Rodeo a couple years ago. In steer roping, in the cutting horse event, you name it, this guy can do it. Highly skilled ranch cowboy, rodeo specialist. Sticks it on him nicely down, good run, Dan. .9 is the time on that run, a 3.9. That'll hold him a spot in fourth place so far. 3.9 puts him in fourth overall. We still got lots more to go, so we'll see if that's going to hold out for him. Anissa Little is next to go. Fallon Mills is on deck. Oh boy, there's danger coming down the road here in the breakaway roping. No time for Anissa Little on that run. Fallon Mills, the cowgirl from just a couple hills over. To drive to the Mills Ranch is probably somewhere around 85, 90 miles. By road, if you could just go over the hills, a couple hills northwest of here, you'd be there in probably 15 miles as the crow flies, but there is no shortcut from there to here. Here's a cowgirl who's had an extraordinary career and still just young. I don't know what she is, like 22 years old now, 23 maybe, something like that. But she grew up on the rodeo trail. They've been doing this since they were just peewees, and a ranch-raised cowgirl as well, so she's awful handy. Just 1 week ago at the Dawson Creek Professional Rodeo, she won enough money to qualify and fill her permit, and she now has a membership as a fully fledged professional. So she'll be going down the road hard, trying to make the Canadian finals in this very event, which is kind of her specialty. Her brother's leading it with a time of 2.7 with a fast time in the first section. She's going to want to see if she can't beat him. It's just the way it is. All right, sticks it on him. Yeah, I told you there's danger coming. Danger got here. In the form of Fallon Mills, the barrier is good. 2.6. She beats her brother by 1/10 of a second to take the lead. 2.6. I had a feeling there's a little competition going on amongst the pair of them here this weekend, because when Corbin entered her special event, the breakaway roping, she turned around and entered the tie-down roping. Now she's winning money in the tie-down roping against the men from earlier in today. If you weren't here, you missed something good. And so she had something to prove here, that he can go ahead and enter, but he's going to have a hard time beating her. That's what it boiled down to. Becky Newsom, the veteran cowgirl from... Nope, we're going to go to Steph Moore. Becky's coming in now? Okay. Becky Newsom from Cecil Lake should be next to go. Becky Russell was her maiden name. Her mother was a Solomon, which puts her a distant relative to the Mills crew. Yeah, that's right. A cousin of some form. How many down, I don't know. But I'm not that smart, but I do know. I do know the family tree a little bit because I'm in there somewheres. Having a tough time of it today. Becky Newsom will take a no time. Yes, sir. Okie dokie. Sounds good, man. We'll do it. All right, just so everybody knows, all our contestants know, we're going to carry on from this section of open breakaway roping. We're going to go roll right to the third section of team roping and bump the ranch bronc riding to just ahead of the bull riding, so they don't have to close gates and mess around. They'll just stay right where we're at, and that'll help get us finished in time so everybody can have supper, which is it's good thinking, DW. Every once in a while you come up with a good plan. I'll give you that. In spite of what Bonnie says, I don't believe her. I think you're not the boss. I don't think that, no. But all right, this is Steph Moore from Pooskoopy, the mother of all them wild Moore kids you seen rodeoing here today. And she spills one on the ground. Will take a no time. Now she's back to the Moore camp to quickly bake a cake for Clayton's birthday. I know that's what she's up to next because she hardly got anything else to do. Gonna roll down to Jesse Pearson. All right, thank you. Jesse Pearson, Fort St. John will be next to go. Here's the Flamin' Redhead who won some money here earlier today in the barrel racing event. And the horse she's riding, we know is knows what he's doing because this one used to belong to Fallon Mills. So this horse has been down the road. He's been schooled. He knows about the miles. He knows about the roping box. All right, here we go. Jesse Pearson doing a little fishing. Oh boy! Oh, what she wouldn't have given for a set of horns right about then. No time for Jesse Pearson. She's not going home empty-handed because she did win some money early today in the barrel racing, but there's a barrel of it here to take home, and she'd like to have some more of it. So we got 2 left to go. I believe we're going to go back up to Riley Bonderoff is who we're going to go with now. It is, isn't it? It's about the same color as half them other girls' lariat ropes, kind of a coral. Well, I don't know. My wife tells me I'm colorblind. It's not coral pink, but it is a. Is there such a thing as coral orange? That's what it is. Popsicle orange? I don't know. Neon orange. That's what it is. Riley sticks on. Boy, that's a good run right there. That's going to put some pressure on that time of Fallon Mills. I can tell you that. Going to be close. There's going to be 3 of them right in there neck and neck. 3 seconds flat. Holy man, I thought it might even been a little quicker, but it's still a good run. 3 seconds flat for Riley Bonderoff. 3 seconds flat. It's going to hold her a spot in the top 4 of fast times here so far today. We should still have one more to go. I believe it is Izzy Rousey is our last one to go in the open breakaway roping. And then, in case anybody wasn't paying attention, we're going to stay down there at timed event shoot team ropers. And we're going to go to that 3rd section of team roping. We're going to roll right into it so that when we go back to the buck and shoots, we can just stay there with the ranch broncs and the bull riding to finish the day off. Don't forget, if you haven't made supper plans tonight, you had burgers last night, and you'd like something different, there's a big steak fry going on here tonight, right over here, next to the rodeo office, just in front of the blue fence there around the beer gardens at the CDN booth there. You see that little white tent with CDN on it right there. They're going to be cooking up steaks, baked potatoes, the whole 9 yards. Just $25 for a meal ticket to get you the steak cooked to your choice. They're cooking them. It's not short. It's short order stuff. They're cooking them as you order them. They're not just cooking them and throwing them in the steam tray by any means. So it's going to be a good meal. And in today's world, $25 for a steak and a full meal, that's a bargain, I'll tell you that. You can't hardly get a package of wieners for 25 bucks anymore. And I can remember when that was cheap bachelor food. We'd get Kraft dinner for $1 a box. 10 boxes for $1. Actually, in a package of wieners, you could live for a week. Or $1.50. That was a long time ago, mind you, but I can still remember it very well. All right, here's our last breakaway roper of the day, and steer ducks off to the left. She gets a little flustered and just throws it out there in outer space and comes up empty-handed. Overall, you know, there was a lot of misses, but the ones that caught were sensational. That was a good section of breakaway roping. Fallon Mills with a time of 2.6 is your winner today, the fastest time. Then her brother Corbin at 2.7 in second place. And then we go to 3 seconds flat by Riley Bondaroff. 3.7 by Destiny Olenberger, and Danny Moore ends up in 5th with a 3.9. So a pretty good bunch of breakaway roping. If you enjoyed the efforts of these cowboys and cowgirls, you might find it in your hearts to pay them off one more time. We're going to flip the page now and go on to the 4th section of team roping here today, or the 3rd section, pardon me. And while we wait for the team ropers to get ready, we're going to draw that next 50-50 drop. No, we're not. Oh, if we want one. Oh, yeah. No, you know what? I'm just not lucky at 50-50. I'll save my nickels and go to the casino one day and win big. Big, big. Are you going to do it before the bull riding, though, or what? Okay. Okay, so there's still some time left to buy 50-50 tickets. Purple tickets this time around as well be coming at you. We just gave away $1,460 in the last draw here half an hour ago, and I expect this one to be at least that much. Jill, do you have any money? Your wife and I and Bonnie would like to buy some 50-50 tickets, but at the current time we're financially embarrassed up here and we can't get to the truck. Could you float us a loan and cover us on, say, an arm's length for each of us? Well, whether you like it or not, you just bought an arm's length for your wife anyhow, and they're coming down to collect, so be forewarned. All right, this last section of team roping, Logan Hodson, Andy Copeland, it says on our list. We're not sure if that's the way it's going to go down or not. Logan was a turnout in the bronc riding. Whether he makes it to rope or not, or whether Andy's roping with a different partner, we will find out. Okay, good enough. Our first team of Andy and Logan won't go because Logan wasn't here, so Andy had a replacement for him previously. We're going to go to Halton Guard and Darren Densler, 2 Fort St. John Cowboys, to kick off this section. Fallon Mills and Mac Lees Jr. on deck. We had a 6.6 second run turned in the last section here just a while ago with Corbin Mills and his partner. That is the fast time to beat. That's what these guys will be gunning for. Halton Guard on the head and end. Darren Densler on the yellow horse on the heeling side. shots, and they come around. Hard running steer, 1, 2, 3 swings, and he does a little fishing, ropes him by the horns, turns him off to the left, and he's right up tight against the fence. Densler's got to throw early. He comes up with one as they about face him and get the flag. We're looking at a +5 on the heeling side for catching only one hind leg. We'll check with the boys at the barrier. That hasn't been a problem here today so far. We haven't had any broken barriers that I can recall, and that's good. We don't want to jinx anybody by talking about it. 11.6 +5 for a total of 16 and 5 on that team. We're going out to Fallon Mills and Mac Leask Jr. Fallon will be on the head net. Mac looking for a pair of heels. On deck is Andy and Wyatt. Fallon Mills reaches out there, sticks it on, make no mistake about it. Nice horn catch, turns him back to the left mouth, waves in the heel shot, picks up one hind leg and a +5 on that run. 6.8 +5 for a total of 11 and 8. Andy and Wyatt Copeland. Next two to go. Andy on the head and his nephew Wyatt on the heeling side. Helly and Lucas are on deck. Pursuit, coming a little late. Andy doing a little fishing. Got it on there, can't get to the horn in time, and they will take it no time. An open catch pen gate means they don't have time to dilly-dally. You got to rope them and turn them back. If they beat you to the catch pen, you're just out of luck. Helly East Hope's partnered up with Lucas Davis now. Jesse and Colton on deck. Here we go. Ellie reaching out there, fishes one on, and rolls right through it, gets him roped around the rib cage, and that is an illegal catch, so she will take no time. Jesse and Colton Pearson are next two to go. Destiny and Brittany on deck. Jesse doing a little fishing, gets him rope. That's a half head catch. That's good. Colton waves in the heel shot, and no, we can't get it gathered into the horn in time, so they will take it no time on that run. We go to the Oldenburger sisters now from Pink Mountain. Destiny and Brittany. Fallon and Orville on deck now.
You have so many things to do.
Mills from Pink Mountain doing a little bit of fishing. No, had him roped by an outside horn. Couldn't get it swept on there. They'll take no time. Down to our final 7 teams of the day now. Felon Mills is partnered up with a guy named Orville Harris this time around. Cody Brett and Colt Sutherland on deck. All right, they got to get about face to get a flag, and they do. We're looking at a +5 in the field for the heeler. 8.6 plus 5 for a total of 13 and 6. Going to move on down to Cody Brett now, and Colt Sutherland, Jesse Pearson, and Tyler Peterson on deck. All right, Colt Sutherland spills his heel loop on the ground. They'll take it no time to go to Jesse Pearson now. Tyler Peterson. No, sir, not going to happen for him this time around. No time on Peterson and Pearson. We go now to Danny and Clayton Moore, Puscoopi Cowboys. All right, Danny Moore on the head and then reaches out there, sticks it on him. Good horn catch, turns him back. Clayton waves in a heel shot. Come on, get yourself a birthday present, my friend. No. And he's just having the worst day today. No time for Danny and Clayton. We're going to go to Brody and Arlie Newsom now from Cecil Lake. Ty Jones and Cody Brett on deck. time for the Newsham girls. We've got it now to Ty Jones and Cody Brett, our second from last team of the evening, with Destiny Olenberger and Logan Rasmussen to be the final team to go. Then we're going to come back over to the buck and shoots. We've got a couple ranch bronc riders and 17 entries in the bull riding here tonight. Going to be wild. It's going to be western.
Let's talk about your daddy. Tell me how your mama loved that man. Just break out a bottle horse. Tell you about the drifting cowboy band.
Cody Brett's on the heading side, Ty Jones on the heeling end, and here we go. Cody Brett waving a wild loop, sticks it on him, nicely done, turns him back. This is shaping up to be a picture-perfect run, and it is so. Yes, it is. Nice. Cleaning the infield, cleaning to barrier. Are they under 6 and 6? I don't know. It's going to be close. Not quite. 7.2, they'll take it. That's good for second place in the day. 7.2 is going to guarantee them nothing less than second place or third place here today, depending on what the next team does. The worst could happen to them is they end up in third, which is still going to pay like a slot machine. They pay on a three-way split then of 50, 30, and 20%. Only all right, Destiny Olenberger, the cowgirl from Pink Mountain on the head and side. She partnered up with Logan Rasmussen. They got to be under 6.6 to win it. Between that and 7.2 will give them second place. Oh no, she gets them roped only by the outside horn. She takes a no time. Well, we had a lot of misses today, but we had some really good times. If you enjoyed the efforts of our team roping cowboys and cowgirls, now would be the time to pay them off one more time. And your unofficial day champions, winning first place, Corbin Mills and Tyler Peterson with a great run of 6.6 seconds. That is the fast time of the day. All right, we're going to come back over to the buck and shoots now as soon as we get these cattle sorted out and the gates all closed up down there. We got two contestants in the ranch bronc riding. Logan Trask and Quentin Meyer are the two we have left on our program. Who actually is here, we're going to find out in just a minute, because sometimes these guys just decide all of a sudden they got someplace better to be and they disappear and they don't tell anybody that. So sometimes we're the last to know. But what I do know is there is a whole whack of bull riders, and I mean a whole whack of them, just about the same amount as we had last night in that big open bull riding after the all-day American Bull Bucking Incorporated contest. We bucked 80-some bulls here yesterday. In the Abbey contest, bull bucking futurity, it was quite an event. The most entries they'd ever had. We had people here from Saskatchewan haul their bulls all the way here to this event yesterday, and they happily went home with some money because their bulls bucked very well yesterday. I think the best bull out yesterday, though, come from right here at the halfway one of Sky Hunter's Hunter Bucker bulls, called Burnt Moccasin. He's an incredible bull. Check out Facebook, Halfway Rodeo. And there's some pictures on there of yesterday's event. You're going to see a bull making some moves that you can't believe a bull could even do. That bull is 6 feet in the air, kicking straight up over his head. There's another one of them bailing so high, turning sideways. It was amazing. And I think he was marked the highest bull of the day yesterday. Oh, okay, perfect. Well, I've been bucked off more than one pack horse in my life, trust me. All right, this buckskin horse in chute number 4 is going to be in the ranch bronc riding here today. And Quentin broke his hand, he's not getting on, so we're down to just one. Still two. Oh, okay. Lynn Fleury is going to take the place of Quentin Meyer, because he broke his hand when he got bucked off in the open bronc riding here just a while ago. This buckskin horse come from the Chris Shipman string. He used to be a pack horse up at the Lee Yard. That was his home in chute number 4. He is a seasoned broke pack horse. They've got pictures of him being led down the trail and packed. But I can remember back in the day when some of the outfitters used to bring their pack horses to town in the summertime. They had some that were dog gentle and would pack, but they would also buck and like to buck. So they'd bring him, buck him at a few rodeos. And a lot of bucking horses came from outfitters in those days. When they had one they couldn't manage, they'd bring him to town, sell them to the stock contractor, and turn them into bucking horses. And this pack horse come from Chris Shipman's string originally up at the Lee Yard. 498 on the Alaska Highway. They had a big guiding outfitting business in there.
That's actually a good idea.
It's actually funny because I would have never think I would end up with full voice. coming from that. It's not even something we talk about.
Logan Trask and Lynn Fleury are the two contestants we have left here in the Ranch Bronc riding tonight. One cowboy opted out because he broke his hand here half an hour ago when he fell on the ground. And in his place, Lynn Fleury, a cowgirl, is going to ride.
Jump on a bull.
Not a bull. I do steer or a bronc. I do one of those. I do saddle bronc.
Yeah, you do?
Yeah.
Well.
But that's just because my horse is a bronc.
Yeah. Probably, if there is, yeah. I'm a beer guy. Maybe not this week. Oh yeah. That's okay because I'm very used to a big quantity, so a few it's but I don't know, I mean, I'm not gonna drink it.
You're what?
2 this morning.
Well, I don't know that part. I know there's 17 on our program.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm filming the interviews, so I'm wandering around looking for these people. Yeah, I thought we were gonna swap. Maybe I'll be more tomorrow. These guys are on the fences.
Oh, another good idea from you today. You're just full of them. Well, I definitely seen something in, let's see, what are we looking at here? 48 years around rodeo arenas now. Logan Trask, cowboy from Pink Mountain. This is just about a hometown rodeo for him. He's in chute number 3, ranch bronc riding, which means they may ride with 2 hands, and most of them do. One hand on the rein, one hand down, either on a special little handle they've developed, or else they ride with the lariat rope coiled up and tied to the saddle and hang on to it. And boy, they take a pounding, I'll tell you what. Here's the ranch cowboy from Pink Mountain, Logan Trask. They don't need no pickup, man. They don't use them out at the Trask Ranch. Well, there, we know we got one qualified run anyhow. Our judges will tally up the score on that one. $60 points, 6-0. He'll take it and take it with a smile because he knows he's going to get some money no matter what happens here. Whether he gets first and second or he gets first and all the money. It's all up now to Lynn Fleury on the buckskin horse from the Shipman Pack String, a broke pack horse in chute number 4. A cowgirl by the name of Lynn Fleury is taken over from her traveling partner Quentin Meyer, who broke his hand here just a little while ago when he got bucked off in the open bronc riding. So Lady Bronc Riding, Lady Ranch Bronc Riding is an event that existed a long, long time ago. Back in the early 1900s, there was lots of Lady Bronc Riders. And then they kind of banned them out of it. They thought it was too dangerous for women to do. In recent years, it's become popular. Pinoca Stampede features 6 of them every day of the rodeo, and it's awesome. All right, Lynn Fleury got her cool hand Luke shades on. Boy, this is a bucker. Oh, oh, man, I'll tell you what. She was giving her the cowgirl try right there. She certainly was. She hit the ground hard. That buckskin horse bucks. Yes, he does. A little winded there from landing in the ground. Yeah, she can hear you now. It's got her wind back. She's going to be just fine. Her sunglasses we don't know about. We're not sure where they went to. Somewhere. Oh, she's got them too. She even managed to save them during that rough landing. And we check with our judges whether she made it or not, and they say no, she didn't. They bucked her down before the 8-second whistle. So we're going to call him a hometown cowboy just because he's from over the hill in Pink Mountain. Logan Trask is your ranch bronc riding champion today. He gets all the money, and it's a lot of money. He gets it all. Boy, he'll go buy some more cows with that, or buy some hay, one or the other. Congratulations, Logan Trask, our only qualifier at 60 points. And we're going to flip the page, and if you're following along in your program, it reads 17 contestants in the bull riding. Now, we understand from the gals in the rodeo office that only 12 of the 17 actually paid their entry fees. And we got some others that are turnouts. So there may not be the full 17 we talked about here just moments ago. As I say, there's always fluidity in a rodeo program, if you could call it that. Some guys are no-shows, some guys enter and then go, wow, gee, I didn't want to pay my entry fees. Well, if you don't pay them, you don't get on. So we're going to have a few off of that list that aren't going to be there, but one of them that is going to be here is the champion from last night's open bull riding, Ozin Core. He was the only guy to ride 2-head here last night, and he did it in fine forms. I think it was 78 points on his first one and 86 on his second bull last night. Trust me, that's the guy you're going to watch here today. Write that name down, Ozin Core, because he is the man to beat in this event. No doubt about it. Scott and Garth, and there's one more. Yep, got him. Okay, so we think we know who the 5 are that aren't going to be getting on tonight. We'll tell you who the 12 are that we think are getting on. Ozenkor, Gordy Lambert Jr., Kenneth Dugan, Justin Field, Chase Krawchuk, Flett. Typo on the program, Jet Flett. Kai Wiley, Stevie Holman, Riley Charlie Boy, Maverick Studley, Kurt Kipling, and Daniel Doble. Those are the 12 you're going to see in action here tonight. The bull riding was the featured event on this year's program. As Jeffrey said, his old Uncle Bernie always used to say, them bull riders, they have it tough. That's a hard event to make money at, so they've made it the feature event here with $3,000 added. And with the large number of entries, it is going to pay incredibly well. Charlie Yahi, your bull's in the chute. Charlie Yahi, your bull is in the chute. Oh, all right. Well, his bull's still in there. All right, the first cowboy to go is getting ready to shoot number 2, and it is Maverick Studley, young cowboy who got on 2 last night, didn't make any money. All right, there's where the ride should have ended for Maverick Studley. Bucked him down, the first victim of all these ranked bulls here tonight. We're going to see more guys hit the ground before this is over. The ones we want to see are the guys that are going to win the money. We're going to start shoot number 1 now. We got another cowboy getting down sheet number 1. As soon as we know who it is, we'll tell you. Desmond Lambert is the cowboy, sheet number 1. All right, they say this is Desmond Lambert in shoot number 1. Not sure which side door he come in because he's not on our list, but he's on the bull, so we're going to let him go. Desmond Lambert out of shoot number 1. Turns back into his hand. Here we go. Going to town on him now. Yeah, in full control. This is looking good. Whoa, man. Well, that was a shocker right there. Boy, that was a good bull ride, Desmond Lambert. Whew. Nobody seen that one coming. That was a good one. All right, the pace has now been set early in the round. 81 points for Desmond Lambert, 81. Yeah, he's got some fans here, some girlfriends. All right, looks we're going to go in shoot number 2 again, Steve Holman, the old-timer from Quesnel, British Columbia. He came down off 2 last night in the big bull riding event here, which finished up just before the dance started, about 9 o'clock. We were bucking bulls in the dark with the lights on. And Stevie Holman came down off at 2 last night, got bucked off in the bronc riding today. He's going to be coming back here looking to recoup some entry fees because he paid a lot of them. Our bullfighters, Lane Paley, Jace Leach, and Jackson Friesen, the 14-year-old rookie bull rider. Man, this kid's got nerves of steel down there. He can't help it, it's in his blood. Grandpas on both sides of the family were chuck wagon drivers, and one of them also rode bareback horses, and his dad rode bulls in his younger days and fought bulls. So Jackson was just a natural fit for him when he retired from riding steers to become a bullfighter, and he's under the tutelage of 2 of the best in the business, Lane Paley and Jace Leach, guiding him along. All right, Steve Holman, we got an 81 in the lead. It's an early lead. 82 or better, my friend, and you're in control of the money here tonight. Let's go. Stevie Holman nods out of shoot number 2. Bull turns back into his hand, making the moves, gets stretched out on the end of his arm. And as much as it hurts me to say this, he's bucked off before the sound of the whistle. No money for Steve Holman. Unbelievable to see him come down off 3 in a row. Sometimes Father Time will catch up on a man. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe he didn't eat his Wheaties this morning. I'm not sure, but he drove a long ways. He'll be back here tomorrow. Don't you worry. He's not done yet. He's not giving up. He knows these young guys are... He knows they call him the old man behind his back, and he doesn't care. He's still got the sand to do it, and hats off to him. Gonna go and shoot number 1 again. This time around it is Charlie Yahi. All right, Charlie Yahi. Charlie's got some fans here. All right, Charlie Yahi, off the left-hand side and down of a rank 1. There's where the ride should have ended, and all his fans go crazy cheering for him, and it doesn't help him here tonight. No score for Charlie Yahi. Bucked him off. We got 1 qualified ride out of 4 so far. It's about a 25% average, and that's about in the ballpark of how many they ride of these ranked bulls anymore. 1 out of every 4 or 5 will make a qualified ride, sometimes even less. we're going to move to shoot number 1 now. Daniel Doble is the cowboy. This is another guy who was here last night in that open bull riding event after the bull futurity. And Daniel, I believe, rode his first one and was bucked off in the short round, if memory serves me right. He was one of only 2 guys to qualify in the long go. Daniel Doble looking for a second qualified ride, turns back right into his wheelhouse and out the front door he goes. Oh man. Shaking his head in disbelief. One of our bullfighters takes a flattening right there. Took a bit of a snuff in there, but he's up and at her again. These bullfighters are tough dudes, I'll tell you what. I don't know how much they get paid, but it's not enough. I know that. Jace Leach was the bullfighter that got ironed out there, caught him with his pants down, and he turned left, thinking the bull would go right, but he didn't. He went left too. All right, we're hanging out here in these left-hand deliveries right now. We're dropping back to shoot number 2 again. Some bulls buck better out of a right-hand delivery, some buck better out of a left-hand delivery. And the stock contractors know which way their bulls perform the best. So we're bucking a bunch of them here, just keep rolling them ahead. And bucking the ones out of a left-hand delivery that need it. And then we'll move over to the other side for some that come out of that right-hand latch. This cowboy is called Justin Field. Anybody here know that name, Justin Field? You should, because he's from right here. Your hometown boy. Only one qualified ride, a lot of money up for grabs. $3,000 added prize money, plus another, oh golly, what would it be in entry fees? Probably another $1,200, probably $4,000 up for grabs in this bull riding tonight alone. Plus, what they really covet's that big belt buckle. Oh boy, ouch. That is a big dude to hit the ground that hard, I'll tell you what. He's big. His dinger fell off. All right, we're going to move over to the other side here now, shoot 3 and 4 and buck a few out of that direction. Quentin Field, contestant number 8. If you're following along in your program, we were informed earlier he was a turnout, but he's here. So he's down in chute number 3. One qualified ride so far here tonight, Desmond Lambert. High-level Alberta Cowboys in the lead by a long ways. This same pen of bulls here last night, a bunch of them were bucked here last night, and Aussie Core was 88 on one of them, so we know there's some dandies here yet to go. It's a matter of whether these guys can get them rode. The money's here, and it's waiting on them. Quentin Field, another hometown Cowboy, chute number 3. Halfway River Cowboy. All right, here we go. Quentin, oh boy, butts heads with him down in front of him. Oh. And he can thank his lucky stars Jackson Friesen was right there, or he'd have been hurting a little worse than he is right now. No score, bucked him off. All right, here's some news for all the previous contestants today. The payout for everybody, acceptable riding, will be ready to go in 10 minutes. So that is all our timed event Cowboys, barrel raisers, everybody. Acceptable riders, payout will be ready in 10 minutes. And this is one of the most efficient rodeos I've ever seen for having the prize money ready to go. Riley Charlie Boy is our next Cowboy to go. I do believe they're cooking steaks over here at the CDN booth. I can see some activity going on over there. I don't see any smoke flying yet, but I see them huddled around the grill there. So steak supper, $25 a plate with all the trimmings. You just can't beat that with a stick over here in the infield. All right, chute number 4. Riley Charlie Boy. Run through some sponsors here one more time while we're waiting on Riley. Having a little trouble getting that bull to stand for him. BC Fair Festivals, Cordova Oil Field, Enbridge, Ideal Completion, Reliance Oil Field, Ironhide Contracting, ConocoPhillips, Halfway River, and Nenas. Just a few of about 40 sponsors here this weekend. Doig River First Nation, Tezoka Boys Contracting, Ecora, Mustang Rentals, Longhorn, All-Star, Ovintiv, BC Hydro, Whitetail Services, Yoho Resources, Strad, Eagle Vision, Roy Northern, BCER, TGS, Straight Projects, DWG Law Corporation, Canfor, Fraction, Enbridge, CNRL, SurePoint, GasLink Industries, Kelmar Construction, Mammoet, AFDE, Acon, and Horizons North. That's halfway through our sponsor list. We're dropping back to chute number 3 now for our contestant, Riley Charlie Boy. Couldn't get out on that bull, so going to Kenneth Duggan now. Chute number 3. No score for Kenneth Duggan. Bucked him off. Another victim of these rank bulls here tonight, brought by multiple rodeo producers hired to bring this stock to town. Deciding which way we're going to go here, we're going to run through some more spottlers. Butler Ridge Energy Services, Community Printers and Stationers, G. Bowmeister Contracting, Landmark Resource Management, MVP Oilfield Services, Pacific Cambria, Vermilion Energy, Raven Oilfield Rentals, Jack's Tin Contracting, Macro, Peaceland Oilfield Services, Sound in Town, RWDI, TGO, VE Prandtl, W. Turner Oil and Gas from 101. 8 Seconds Western Wear in Fort St. John, the Treaty Tribal Aid Association, Horseshoe Creek Outfitters, Sage Creek Oilfield Services, Shoreline, Fort St. John Chamber of Commerce, Pembina, the Halfway River Group, Mountain View Safety, Frost Compass Ventures, IDL and Alta Gas, Triple J Pipelines, Boom, EPFC, and Kanuma Resources, along with Petronas, Todd Energy Services, ATCO, TC Energy, and ARC Resources. On behalf of the Halfway River Rodeo Committee and all our cowboy and cowgirl contestants, we say a heartfelt thank you for the sponsorship that they have coughed up to put this 23rd annual rodeo on, because they are the lifeline to it. We got 1, 2, 3 teams in the wild cow milking after the bull riding's over, so we're a ways from being done here yet. Kai Wiley is our next cowboy to go, shoot number 1. All right, here we go. Kai Wiley, rank bull, turns back to the left. And he was on the ground halfway through the first round on that big black bull. Fast bull, spinning to the left, and the centrifugal force just shot him right out of position before they even cleared the chute gate, and he was on the ground. Kurt Kipling, shoot number 3, will be our next cowboy to go. One of these cowboys from up in that high-level Vermilion country part of Alberta, a long ways from home. All right, here we go with Kurt Kipling, little man from high-level Alberta. Oh, boy. He was making all the right moves. What happened was he got scooted back just a little too far when that bull went into the spin. He needed to be making moves to reach out over top of him. He got scooted back, stretched his riding arm out straight, and no man can outpower a bull when that happens. As soon as they pull your arm straight from your body, you take all the power into the palm of your hand, pulls your hand out, and that's just what happened right there, and it happened in a hurry. No score.
All of it, just like, oh yeah, like all the creatures, like, oh, stop. It's just so funny.
Yeah, he doesn't stop.
Pardon?
He keeps on talking all the time.
Chase Krawchuk will be our next cowboy to go. Shoot number 4 this time around.
Alright, give me something good.
Yeah, literally.
Chase Krawchuk, one of the guys that was bucked off here last night. He's sitting a lot better today. He comes around to the left and down he goes in the well. Oh, they wear these flak vests nowadays that they didn't used to back in the old days, and it helps. It helps take a lot of the power away when they get hit with a horn like that, but it doesn't take it all away. Definitely took some wind out of Chase Krawchuk. All right, here comes that big black bull boy. He was making a ride there. I thought we were going to see our second qualified ride, and then he just popped him down, what they call in the well. When they get pulled down by the centrifugal force inside the spin, the cowboys call that going in the well. And it's not a good feeling, and it's hard to get out of there without getting hurt because they're spinning right into you, and you just can't get away from them. It's impossible. You either go under them or they hit you. There's one or the other. And he got winded a little bit. We're going to get the medics to check him out. We got him on staff here. You can't run a rodeo without them. We got 2 of them just in case one needs to leave. We still have some spares, so we'll check him out, and I'm sure they'll patch him up and he'll be all right. We're getting down to our last few bull riders, and then we'll have some wild cow milk. And we got the HMA team, the Three Stooges, and Frieden's Farm are the 3 teams in the wild cow milking tonight. So, wild cow milkers, get your teams and your ropes ready. All right, got a cowboy stepping down, shoot number 2. So we switch sides. Jet Flett. 2 one-syllable names, almost unheard of. Jet Flett. Shoot number 2. Still only 1 qualified ride. Desmond Lambert, 81 incredible points, is the man to beat. All right, Jet Flett gets his bacon saved by them bull riders. Bullfighters, pardon me. Jet Flett on the ground in a hurry. The bullfighter stepped right in there to save his bacon. That's a new one. All right, we got a new name added to our list with his entry fees paid, Johnny Hutchison. A relative newcomer to the game and a stranger to us for sure. Shoe number 3, Johnny Hutchison is the cowboy. Big black white face bull jumping and kicking, making a good ride. Oh boy. Well, it looks like we still got one more here in shoot number 4 now. Core. This is the cowboy who was the champion last night. The only guy to ride 2 bulls. All right, so this is the little man who won all the marbles here last night. The only guy to ride 2 bulls successfully. He was 78 points on his first one, and he was 86 in the short go to win the lion's share of the money. And he's wanting to see a repeat performance of that tonight. Desmond Lambert, our only other qualified ride with an 81. Core, the young cowboy who is just 20 years old, a veteran. He started very young as a junior steer rider. Been riding bulls for a few years now, made a big wave in high school rodeo and college rodeos. 4 generations of rodeo blood running through this young guy. All right, Core, do it again, man. Bull turns back to the right into his hand, and that's what he likes. Into his wheelhouse, or in the office, as Johnny Dodds would say. He goes to pick up the outside foot. And that right there is what bull riding's all about. He's a master at it, a master at his craft at just 20 years old. Nice ride, Core. Yeah. How about this? 86 points back-to-back, 2 times in a row. 86 last night, 86 today. Core, what a bull rider he is. Yes, sir. All right, that wraps up our bull riding, and what a nice way to end it. Core, let's hear it for him one more time. 86 points, he's your champion tonight. On a 60-40 split, Desmond Lambert will win second place at 81 points as our only other qualifier. And overall, that was some pretty good bull riding, at least from those 2 guys. We got Wild Cow Milking coming at you now, our final event of the day. We've got 3 teams only entered. It's a lot better watching when there's 6 or 8 because there's a lot more wrecks happen. But we've got 3 of them to go. And Rod and Mac, thank you guys. Did a splendid job here tonight clearing those bulls up. You know you're my 2 favorite cowboys. I don't got to tell it to you, but you know it. All right. And our Wild Cow Milkers, the HMA team, whoever that might be. The 3 Stooges, well, that could be just about anybody here. And Frieden's Farm from just up the road, the Russian farm, just you came past it here, the old Trotter place on your way in. You saw a big ranch on your left side with a lot of outbuildings, a lot of equipment. That's called the Frieden Farm. So they got a team here tonight. So we got 3-man or 3-person teams. Sometimes they do have females on these teams, not always, but sometimes. And so they got a roper, a mugger, and a milker. So the roper is generally the most highly skilled member of the team. The one who can rope the best is usually who they nominate for that job. They'll rope them. It's the mugger's job to jump up there and run in and get a hold of them by the horns. There's some horned cows out here. Some of them will be avoiding them, going for that one or two muleys that are out there. That old cow with the crumpled horn there, that looks like a promising venture for somebody right there. And then the mugger will try and get her wrestled to a stop. The milker's job is to run in there, get enough milk to visually pour in front of our judges. So I can remember back when I was a kid, there was a few guys, Merle Swanson and some of them guys, they had a knack. They would go down to the restaurant before the rodeo, and they used to make little cardboard creamers in a little triangle with a little flap. You remember those things? Well, they'd go down and get a pocket full of them, and they'd show up at the rodeo, enter the wild cow milk, and they'd stick one in their mouth. And they'd run up there, pretend they were milking the cows, spit that into the bottle, run back and win the wild cow milk, and they were cheating son of a guns, but it worked. And that's a true story. The judges had to watch some of them guys like crazy. We don't have any cheaters like that here tonight. No, sir. All right, Bonnie's going to start you with the sound of the horn, and then it's catch as catch can. You remember, you must get enough milk in your bottle to visually pour in front of our judges. The judges are back here in front of the bucket chutes. That's where you got to return to with your bottle. All right, there we go. Wild cow milking, and we got some wild cows in here. I'm hoping somebody ropes that big cow with the crumpled horn, because that's going to be good watching. Look at the size of her. Oh yeah, going right for the muley. I knew they'd pull that one, sure. Rope that big cow with the crumpled horn on her. Come on. Oh boy. Team roping at its finest going on out here. Everybody's thrown one. Nobody's caught one yet. Bunch them up in the corners. Here's the Frieden Farm boys in here closest to the bucket chutes, and a southpaw roper waving a big old wild horse loop, just hoping to snag something. And then they left it up to me to decide who the three stooges are. Well, good gosh, there's 6 stooges out there. How would I pick 3? All right, somebody's got one snagged by a foot. Yeah, by a front foot. Boy, that's not ideal for wild cow milk, and let me tell you what, because now the mugger's got quite a chore to get in there. They got a good enough anchor man and milker to hold her by a front foot till the mugger gets up there. We'll see, but I'm not optimistic that's going to work out too well for him. The Frieden Farm with their left-handed roper still in hot pursuit. Three Stooges out there in the 3 white straw hats. That's the 3 Stooges over there, aptly named. Frieden Farm boys are hatless, and the where the heck did our list go? First team across, enough milk to pour, and that is... Are you guys the 3 Stooges? Because we lost our list here. HMA? HMA is the first guys across, all right. I had you picked for the 3 Stooges. I hope that doesn't offend you. Well, I think these guys are about winded, and I think that about brings it to an end here. We'll see if they're going to persevere one more time or not. We've got the Frieden Farm boys and the 3 Stooges are the 2 teams left. HMA is across in first, hands down. They're out of time. We just don't have a horn left here with any wind in it to blow. So time is up, gentlemen. Thank you for your valiant efforts. Congratulations to the HMA team, the only qualifiers and the winners of all the money in the wild cow milking here tonight. Folks, we've had a good time here today. We hope you can go home and say you did too. The activities are not over here yet today, not by far. There's a big rodeo dance coming up to 9 o'clock tonight, right over there under the light stand where the big stage is. There's going to be a good country band from over in Alberta called the Tamaracks, playing country and western music from 9 till 2. The steak supper is underway over here if you're so inclined. $25 a plate for steak, baked potatoes, and all the trimmings. And they got a big lineup over there. I don't know how many steaks they got, but we'll hope it's enough. And should you choose not to go for the finery of steaks, well, of course, all the other concessions are open, and they will remain that way at least until the dance starts. So we invite you to drop on over, check out them and any other booths you may see open. We look forward to seeing you all here tomorrow if you stick around to spend another day with us. For those of you that are traveling back home, wherever that may be, or to Fort St. John, safe travels. Thanks for coming out. We'll be back here tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock sharp, with another junior rodeo and performance number 2 at 1 p.m. sharp. Oh, we got another 50-50 draw too, lad. Don't run away before we give this money away. We were supposed to do it before the bull ride and before we lost any people. 50-50 draw is coming up. The purple tickets.